VR. VR. All right. All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. All right. Good. We can be interactive. All right. I'm going to go ahead and call to order the regular scheduled Apex Town Council meeting for Tuesday, January 24th, 2023. Thank you for being here tonight, and I want to welcome those joining us by live stream on Apex YouTube channel. We're going to move now to our invocation, and I'll start by saying that this community has a faith tradition, and we recognize not everyone practices the same faith, but we are one Apex. And with that, we obviously recognize the diversity in our community, and we have many faith organizations represented here in Apex. So what we'll do tonight is we'll take a moment of silence, all right, so we can all be unified. So if you would, please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. All right, we'll now move to our Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led tonight by Scout Troop 205 and 2051.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, if you've been attending the council meeting the last two times, I think it is, you may have noticed a vacant seat, but now that seat has been filled. And we want to officially welcome our newest council member, Arnold Zegerman, and allow you to make some remarks at this time.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So since it's custom to have 3 minutes, I'll try to stick with that, although I'm not going to ask the clerk to time me, no. All right. So to start out, I'd like to borrow from a couple remarks that Pastor Tyner made after the Unity March on January 14th, that, in memory of Dr. Martin Luther King. And as Pastor Tyner was remarking and remembering the Dr. King's I Have a Dream speech, he said something that kind of stuck with me. And what he remarked on was that we all have dreams. And, we all dream to leave this world a slightly better place, for our children and for those that come behind us. And it's that dream that brings me here, right? That's that dream that has led me to seek public office and, what brings me in front of you guys here tonight. Pastor Tyner also remarked that, we're not alone in our dreams, like we stand on the dreams of those that came before us. And so for me, that means that, my family's dreams, my father, who was the son of a bricklayer, worked hard to give me, as the first person in my extended family, gave me the opportunity to attend college, again, as the first in the family. And so I kind of want to extend that legacy. I also stand on the shoulders of council members, both past and present, and their dreams for Apex and their dreams of the future of the town. And so I'd like to continue to build on the legacy that those council members have brought to the town. And so for me, that means specifically that, what I like to call smart and sustainable development. And to me, that means, choosing developments that take care of our natural resources, protect our environment as best as possible, right? By leaving as much of the tree canopy in place as possible, including public spaces, green spaces, parklets, as part of the development. I'd like to also like to see the town be a little bit more aggressive in securing public spaces and in green spaces. And then on the building and development side, what I'd like to see is a mix of high and low density residential development that gives everybody in Apex an opportunity to have a home here in town if they choose to, and that includes affordable housing. I also like to see some attractive commercial development, to create job opportunities for those people in Apex, so that we're not just a bedroom community, but we have the opportunity to live and work in town. But I also want to see development that keeps pace with the rate and pace of our public infrastructure, be that our transportation environment, our sidewalks, our public services and utilities. And so that leads us to transportation, right? And so transportation is obviously a big concern for the town, and what I'd like to see, as part of the legislation that I want to support and promote is that, we address transportation holistically, looking at public transport opportunities like rail and bus transit, aggressively pursue things like our safe route to schools, right? Both of which will alleviate, car traffic from our roads. And couple that with, clever and smart and some alternative, traffic management solutions, and only look for road expansion, road widening as we need to. And then lastly, I'd like to create a community that is accessible, equitable, and fair to everybody, regardless of gender, race, political affiliation, religious background, sexual orientation, gender identification. Everybody should have a place and the same rights in the town of Apex. Again, these are not necessarily new concepts, right? Again, I'm trying to build on some themes that have been set before me. And so as I serve to this community for the next 10 months, I hope you join me in that dream of creating a bigger and better, and keep Apex, the place that we all want to live, work, and raise our families. And that's my commitment to the town.
All right. Well done, Councilman. You're at 5 minutes and 5 seconds, so. I'm kidding.
Actually, not the timing.
You're good. All right, we move now to the consent agenda. All consent agenda items are considered routine to be enacted by one motion with the adoption of the consent agenda and without discussion. If a council member requests discussion of an item, the item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
All right, we got a motion.
Second.
Second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passed unanimously. We move now to our presentations. And we have presentation 1, financial update, fiscal year 23 mid-year review, presented tonight by our Deputy Town Manager, Sean Purvis.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Town Council. I do want to say, even though I'm up here doing as Deputy Town Manager, as also as I'm Interim Finance Director, but not for much longer. Mr. Antoine Morrison has started this week as our new Finance Director. He still has to be sworn in, so we'll get that taken care of, and then he or Ms. Grogan will be the ones moving forward that will present these in the future. I have a brief preview, or brief review this evening. We'll have a little more depth in 3 weeks when we do the CIP workshop. I apologize. Let me find this fun here. All right. So real quick, this is a very brief overview. You see the general fund before you. What I've done is give you a comparison of where we were last year this time to this year. So obviously we have a much larger budget this year. Some of that is a little skewed by the budget amendments that we've done. Remember, we also pull over PO carryovers. We had $6.5 million in PO carryovers from the prior year to this year. So that our budget started off already $7 million above last year, added another $6.5 million, and then another $6.5 million in other budget amendments. So that's how you get to the $21 million difference. The biggest things I want to point to on here, though, are really at the bottom, the rate, the quick ratio and the over under. At this point last year, we were 8.2 to the good, 1.2 on the ratio. We're still at 4.4 to the good this year as far as where we are. So we're still trending positive. Our revenues are really right on target. You can see it's slightly below 50%, even though we're 50% for the year, but we're doing well in that our expenditures are only at 44%. So the balance that we're looking for is positive at this point. Real quick to electric. You see the same breakdown in terms of where we are compared to last year. Revenues are right on line with 50%. We're doing better on expenditures this year, so credit Mr. Newman and his team in terms of how we're operating. And as you can see, last year this time we were basically working, weren't in the negative. We have the cash flows fine, but our expenditures were over our revenues at this point last year, but now this year we're up at $2 million ahead. So we're working well in electric. And then water and sewer, same things. You can see some similar trends where the ratio is still down a little bit, but it's still positive, and it's just a matter of getting, making sure that we're monitoring our expenditures and our revenues are coming in as projected, and that's a good thing. So we've done well on our projections moving forward. The last slide I have to show you is just so you're aware where we are on fund balance for each of these. Now your fund balance, when we start, it's as of June 30th, and that's the number you use kind of for the whole year. We don't, I mean, it can shift in terms of that amount, but that's what we, how we project it out. So we were around 13, almost 13 and a half available fund balance. That's, as you recall, on the general fund, we have a 25% policy. So anything, we want to maintain at least 25%. So anything above that 25% is what is definitely available for projects. It's about almost 13 and a half. However, you can see the additional fund balance that's already been budgeted this year. That's what I just want to point out. So you've already allocated 6.5 of that through other amendments. And so that, you know, leaves roughly another 7 or so that if we wanted to, as projects or opportunities come up. Keep in mind though, we have lots of projects coming up that we are bidding, and we want to always make sure we have enough cushion to deal with those as the bids come in, if they may not be what we are hoping for. So, but we'll have a little more detail on that at the CIP workshop in coming weeks as well. Electric and water sewer, you know, we don't have those targets, at least at this point, but just kind of showing you where we are in terms of the fund balance. They're both healthy, especially on the water and sewer side, and we will be allocating some of the projects coming up with on water and sewer, some of our smaller maintenance projects that we have. So, that's it. I'm keeping it pretty short and simple tonight. But if you've got any questions about where we are, it's just a good time mid-year review. The short of it is it's positive. We're on target with our revenues. We're monitoring our expenditures. Everything's looking good, and we have money in reserve if needed. So, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Purvis. Any questions?
Yeah, 2 questions.
Sure.
First question, do you have an update for us on the census issue and how that's affecting our revenues for this year?
I do not have an update on where, other than we received an email, it's been a little while back now, just them letting us know that, hey, this is taking longer than we expected in terms of our review. They have everything they need. We know what we've presented. We fully expect it, that there will be we know there will be a census adjustment. They just have to make it official. The calculations I think I presented maybe to you, a couple of you earlier on, is I still, based on where we are, where our sales tax is looking, our sales tax, just so you know, we are ahead of schedule. We're experiencing about a 15% increase year over year from last year, which is positive. We only budgeted a 9% increase, so that's positive. When I ran the ranges on what the census numbers were costing us, it was a range of 1.8 to 2.1, depending on, you know, what those, hey, here's where we are close to our estimate, or if we're higher. So based on the fact that we're 15% higher, it would be closer to the higher end of that money that we're potentially losing between $1 and $2 million this year from the census being off. So.
All right. My second question has to do with our budgeting process. Can you go back a couple slides?
Sure.
Looking at the ratio of the general fund as one example. So I know that when you develop the budget, we're necessarily conservative with our expenditures and conservative in estimating what the revenues are going to be. So we end up, so that number of 1.09, it's by design, it's above 1, like we expect that.
Yeah, you actually hope so. I mean, you definitely don't want to be below 1. I mean, but we have a balanced budget, so
Sure.
yeah, when we start every year, it's 1.
But
You know,
I guess my question is, do you have a target for exactly, like, how do you balance how conservative you are? Because at a certain point, if you're too conservative, we're missing opportunities and stuff we could be doing. So you don't want that to be like 1.5.
No, that's absolutely correct. We don't necessarily have a specific quick ratio target that we're looking for. I mean, when we go to balance the budget, we do hope there's a little cushion in, but we budgeting conservative on our revenues. But to your point, you don't want to short your services. You don't want to short your teams and making sure they can provide the services that we need to do. You don't want to short the capital that needs to be put out there. So that's something to maybe look at, but we don't really have a target, you know, what we expect that ratio to be. Just from my experience, at the end of the year, you know, if you're somewhere around 104, 1.04, 4 to 5%, if you're within 5%, and my previous jurisdictions as budget and finance director there, targets that we set were always, we wanted budgets to be within 95 to 105% range. And so if you look at that in terms of use, 95 on the usage side, like we didn't want departments shorting what they need to be doing. If the money's budgeted, use it to provide the service. You know, if you can get by, if you can get by and do what you're supposed to do and come in under, that's fantastic. But you shouldn't do it you shouldn't sacrifice the service delivery. At the same time, at the same time, as far as the overage on the revenues, I mean, you hope that you have some reserves and so that you can continue to build that, but you're not, you don't want to short. You want to make sure that you're accurate in your projections, but that you have the money you need as well. So that's kind of the range. I wouldn't go much more than that. I mean, you're not going to be doing what you need to be doing if you're shooting for a 10% margin every year. So,
Thank you.
so.
Any other questions for Mr. Purvis? Thank you, sir.
So.
All right, move now to presentation 2, Proclamation of Human Trafficking Prevention Month 2023. And we do have members of NC Shield here tonight, Jenny Kowaleski and other members of this great organization. They're going to fill us in on the great work they're doing in our town. But first, we're going to join in together and share in a reading of the Human Trafficking Prevention Month 2023. Councilman Gray.
Whereas human trafficking is the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, or obtaining of a person through the use of force, fraud, or coercion for the purpose of forced labor or sexual servitude, and
Whereas human trafficking is a $32 billion a year global criminal enterprise, as well as an abhorrent civil and human rights violation, and whereas North Carolina ranks number 12 in number of reported cases of human trafficking per year in the nation, and
Whereas human trafficking has been documented to affect individuals of every gender and socioeconomic status, women, girls, and economically disadvantaged individuals are disproportionately trafficked, and
Whereas the number of support resources and restoration opportunities for survivors is currently not sufficient, and
Whereas the town of Apex is committed to bolstering efforts that target bringing an end to human trafficking and raising awareness about the realities and needs of survivors.
Now, therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of the town of Apex, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the month of January 2023 Human Trafficking Prevention Month in the town of Apex, and urge the residents of Apex to support efforts and take action in this month and all months that follow to help end human trafficking. Signed this 24th day of January 2023. If I could get members of NC Shield, come up.
Thank you so much for recognizing today and this month as Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month. We really appreciate it. We know that you guys have been actively involved and doing lots of first in the state initiatives to bring awareness to human trafficking, and that is just amazing that you guys can claim that, and we can claim that as Apex. And at SHIELD, our main goal is to empower everybody in our community to understand and know the signs that they may see during their everyday life, during the careers that each one of us have, during the activities that we do within the community. So we know the exact signs to see and to know what to do when we see them and how to best respond. Because we know to end human trafficking, it will take all of us doing our part to shield our community. So thank you in joining us. Thank you. Yeah.
Can I really quick get you two just right over here? Just center it up a little bit. You come right back over here just real quick, sorry.
okay,
our shift
gotta-
anyway.
Here we go, 3, 2, 1, hold tight. 3, 2, 1. Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move now to setting of the regular meeting agenda. Are there any changes to the meeting agenda before we set it? Hearing none. Is there a motion?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion.
Second.
Second, Mayor Pro Tem. All right. Discussion. All right, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the meeting agenda is set. We'll move now to public forum. This is an opportunity for community members to come up and present any suggestions, recommendations, or concerns for our community. You have 3 minutes. There are a series of lights in front of you. Green is go, red is stop. Yellow, you have 30 seconds left. All right, so we'll go ahead and get started tonight and open it up to our first presenter, Elizabeth Ray Stitt.
Elizabeth Ray Stitt, 3113 Friendship Road. I know the drill. You didn't even have to say, give your name and address. I had prepared comments, but I actually decided I'm going to abandon those for a moment. I'd like to say that I have dreams too. I appreciate that you want this to be a fair and equitable place for people to live. And I think most of the council know that I live in the ETJ. I do not have the right to vote. And you're very much aware that the town planned to put a forced main through my property for a couple years before I even had any chance to respond to it. So I have a dream that you can bring transparency and some fairness and more equitable environment to my neighbors and I. Because the first notice I get should not have been a letter from the town saying we're entering your property with the right prior to condemnation. That's not how we build a community. And I've come for the last 9 months, trying to be polite and friendly and all of those things to say, look, we want to work together, but this working together is not occurring. So I hope that tonight is the beginning of a new start, that we start having some more productive conversations rather than just lawsuits and eminent domain. And, what's going to happen, obviously, is this is all going to continue out in the public media. I'm very much well aware that when the motion gets filed as public record, at the end of today's agenda, you have a closed session. Both of those cases I pulled from the comfort of my couch, and those are eminent domain. When people don't go along with the town's plans, the town squeezes us with legal. We really don't have to go that way. So I'm not going to stand here for another minute and 15 seconds. We all know that we can do better. So let's do better. I look forward to you fulfilling your promises. Thank you.
Ms. Stitt, thank you so much for speaking tonight. All right, Ashley Solis.
Hi, Ashley Solis, 1273 Brown Velvet Lane, Sweetwater subdivision. I once again have papers for you. The speed study has been completed. I don't know if anyone's had a chance to look, but I have some facts and figures. I would just start with saying that when we first moved here, my son was in middle school and we were in the downtown and they were, God love them, playing really bad Christmas music, and the tree was lit, and the downtown was closed to cars. And we were walking, and someone had a fake snow machine, and then from the other side was bubbles. And I just looked around, coming from outside Chicago, this was completely foreign, and I said, I love this town, I feel like I'm in a Hallmark movie. And I still feel that way about the downtown. And with the development that's going on in commercial development in Sweetwater, I think it's great. It's great for the town, more jobs, we could always use more restaurants. What it's not great for is pedestrian traffic. And now that I've seen a dog struck and killed, and several times almost a person struck and killed in the intersections, all I can think with the commercial development is not how much I love this town and how charming it is, but I feel an impending doom, like someone's gonna get hurt, someone else's child is gonna get hit because a child has been hit. So a couple things that we could do that could immediately cost no money. The town could pass an ordinance that all dog parks have to have 2 gates. That way there's a safety entrance. That's $0. I would invite you all again to look at, if it's in the budget, to do something, a four-way stop on Richardson and Hassey. I don't know if anyone's looked at the speed study yet, but it says that on our part of Richardson, 4,100 cars a day. That's 171 cars an hour. That's roughly 2 3/4 cars every minute. How is that safe going 45 miles an hour? If we can't reduce the speed limit, which it doesn't look like that would necessarily be productive, according to the speed study done by the city, we have to do something. This is way too much traffic. And expanding Richardson to 4 lanes across is not gonna help anything. We have 230 luxury apartments that'll be leasing at the end of this year, a grocery store, a gas station, 3 out parcels, one almost 12,000 square foot office building, a concert area specifically for outdoor concerts, a market area that's going to be there as well, and a parking garage. So that's 33 retail spaces. We have to do something. We need growth in Apex, but we need responsible, safe growth. And again, I would invite any of you to take 10 minutes. I would love to walk you where we're talking about. My schedule's totally open. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming out. All right, that ends our public forum for comments. We move now into public hearings. We'll start with public hearing number 1, budget public hearing fiscal year 23-24, presented tonight by Amanda Grogan.
Hey, good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
All right. So I don't have too much to present. It's just a couple of reminders. So every year, this is for all of you guys out here. I know you're excited about budget. As excited as I am, at least, right? So every year we publish a budget priority survey. It goes out. You can select where you're from in the town. We collect some demographic information if you're willing to share it, so we can make sure that we're reaching feedback from all different areas of the community and all different backgrounds. It's 7 categories: recreational and cultural opportunities, transportation and infrastructure, environmental sustainability, economic stability and growth, housing affordability, public safety, vibrant and accessible downtown. With this survey, you kind of select where you're coming from, and then the next step, which I don't think it's going to kind of lets you do a sliding scale. So let you do a sliding scale of how important these different components are to you. The next step allows you to rank specifics. It goes into a little bit deeper detail, and you can kind of rank specific priorities. We take this information, we process it, analyze it back, and report it back to council at their retreat in February. So I encourage everyone to participate with the survey. Also, any feedback is available at annual.budget@apexnc.org. We take your comments, and we also pass that along to our elected officials. So, you guys have any questions on that?
I just got a quick question. For the engagement from the community, previous years, what has been the numbers, like their average as far as how many people?
I think the most we had was last year. We had, I believe it was over 400 people that responded. So feel free to tell your friends.
We will. We definitely want engagement, so
Absolutely.
appreciate that.
Is it recommended, if people are advocating for certain projects, to use the email versus if they want to advocate for certain, like, priorities as far as like general things, use the tool here?
So this helps us report back to you larger areas, right? So like new park and greenway construction, not necessarily like Beaver Creek Greenway,
Okay.
for example. So if there's still a specific project, you can use the email to submit those comments as well. And that can help shape you guys' priorities and discussion as we go into the budget retreat.
Okay, thanks.
And one other question. With the responses on this, it's not limited per household. So if you've got,
It is not
and it's not limited, so if you got
by
a,
IP address or anything.
yeah, so if you got an active high school student who wants to make their, their voice heard, this is, you know, you may not be able to vote, but you can at least put in some input on the budget. I think that's pretty big.
The scout troop are going to participate. They talked to me about that tonight.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Pulling out their phones, they're going.
It is available on our website, so it's highlighted on our website. It's also been pushed through with communications for social media, so we'll continue to promote it through our social media campaigns as well.
Thank you so much, Ms. Grover. All right. We'll go ahead and open up public hearing for comments. And we'll start with our first presenter tonight, Martha Gear.
Hi, I'm Martha Gear. I'm from 3729 Bosco Road in New Hill. And as a retired Court of Appeals judge, I do want to thank you for your service. I at least only had one job. I know you have two, at least. My question regarding the budget is, will the town council have properly done its homework in deciding to spend tens of millions of dollars on the Big Branch Force Main? It's not clear to us in the community in New Hill that there has been an adequate assessment of the most cost-effective or the safest way to run the force main. From what we've heard, it sounds as if a fundamental assumption regarding cost is that there's not a lot of resistance on the north side of US 1, and that's simply not true. Resistance equals litigation. That slows down a project. That means money. There may well be less resistance on the south side. It's our understanding that developers who might help on the south side have been told that there's no resistance on the north side. If they knew the reality, they might help with Duke and DOT, which I understand are the major obstacles supposedly on the south side. I would help with DOT. I already did. We got a fraction of what we asked for, a fraction of what we wanted, and that's because the town asked for a fraction of what we needed. In addition, there are also added costs, and I don't think I'm willing to bet they haven't been considered. Residential owners relied on a mature tree line when they bought their properties along US 1. The town will be taking that down and replacing it with grass. Nitrogen dioxide from traffic increases cancer rates. That's well established, and Councilman Gant, I think you may know some of that through your work at the EPA. We will fight for pollution barriers along residential properties. Creeks, wetlands, and Army Corps of Engineers water bodies. There's one on Dr. Bruce who's going to speak his property. You can't just plow through those. We will fight to require drilling under those creeks and wetlands. Drilling is expensive, as I believe you noted in your one of your meetings in November. Bottom line is less resistance equals cheaper overall costs and faster construction. Time is money. And lastly, I want to say bonds can be defeated. I won 2 statewide races. I was a Democrat. I ran in a Republican year. The last time I won by 20 points, thanks to my husband, who's really very good at this. This is a simple campaign. This is a simple message. This bond, because you will be using bonds, this bond will be sacrificing private homeowners to benefit developers. I would ask that you take another look at the south side of US 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gear. Dr. Bruce.
Wow, that's a tough act to follow, following a judge. Anyhow, she's stolen a lot of my fire, but I'm going to reiterate what she said a little bit and go on. So thank you in advance for listening to my comments this evening. And as a former U.S. Army veteran, thank you for your service on this council. My name is Dr. John Bruce, 8164 Province Oak Path, New Hill. Our property has been listed as one of the multiple properties which the Big Branch Force Main project will negatively impact. For those of you who are not aware in the audience, the project is a permanent 30-foot right-of-way which will be placed across our properties with no replanting of trees or bushes or any kind on this right-of-way, with an annual mowing of grass. Vents will be placed at different intervals. These vents will likely or possibly release noxious gas on our properties. The knowledge I have of the project is largely through a group forum email of numerous concerned citizens in New Hill and the Bosco Road area. It is through these concerned citizens that I learned that the town of Apex wishes to connect areas of the town of Apex to the Western Wake Treatment Facility in New Hill. This will allow for current and future development of the town of Apex and will offer no benefit to any of the homeowners negatively impacted. At no time did surveyors, engineers, or any other town of Apex personnel or authority unfortunately come to evaluate my property for this project as they did neighboring properties. Because they did not take the time to visit us, they would not know that our septic drip field is within 30 foot of our southerly property line and likely would be disrupted. They also probably did not know about the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers stream and wetland there that would be impacted as well. Clearing 30 foot of trees between a heavily trafficked highway poses a major health risk to homeowners as well. Numerous health studies have identified a group of substances, nitrogen oxides, as carcinogenic, specifically causing lung cancer. The American Cancer Society lists lung cancer as the #1 cause of death in the U.S., causing almost 1 in 5 cancer deaths. Nitrogen oxides are listed on the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Public Health Services Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. On their site, they clearly state that people who live near areas with heavy motor vehicle use, such as Highway 1, may be exposed to higher levels of nitrogen oxides. There is no way to determine whether homeowners will be exposed to a higher risk of lung cancer after removing a 30-foot buffer of trees, and doing so may submit homeowners to an increased risk of developing lung cancer. These tumors grow slowly and likely would not manifest themselves for 1 to 2 decades. By that time, developers will be long gone, most of this town council will be replaced, and those still on it likely may not remember the conversation of this evening. On a personal note, this forest main would significantly impact our way of life. My wife and I have worked all our lives to help people in need, in pain, economically, and in many other ways. Like many of all of us, our home is our reprieve, and it's a reward for decades of hard work, and a respite from the day-to-day stress of being a surgeon for the last 30 years. Spending time on our land offers peace and replenishment. An alternative is to place the main on the opposite of Highway 1 on property owned by Duke Energy. No residents are present in that immediate area, so there is an alternative. With that, thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, next speaker is Mark.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Town Council, Mark Blatchford, 433 Parkfield Drive. I want to make 2 points with you tonight. The first one is a way of background. The second one leads into sort of a budget request. The first thing is I want to say on my behalf, but not just on my behalf, but on behalf of the entire senior community. In fact, I wish I had thought ahead of time to have 100 of them in here together with me so we could say to you, we love the senior center. It's where we go to get exercise, to learn, to be creative, to socialize, and of course to get a free cup of that great coffee there. And it really benefits us in terms of our physical state, our mental state, our emotional state, our social state. And I think we owe a debt of gratitude to this town council and prior town councils, and particularly to the voters and taxpayers of Apex that voted to provide the money for that senior center. Now, of course, with anything that you have that is popular, and the senior center is popular, we get more people coming in every day, there's going to be more demand. So my second point would be, in your budget considerations, just be aware of the fact that there's going to be more and more demands. We're all going to be seniors one day, including the scouts. For services there, and I hope that you will consider the increased need for staffing and other resources to keep the programs that we offer to the senior community there vital. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Elizabeth Stitt.
And my apologies. I was chatting with all the neighbors that showed up and forgot to hand that over. This is just, what he's passing out is just a copy of what I'm going to read to you because I'm referring to charts and numbers. And so you have them to look at later. So Elizabeth Ray Stitt, 3113 Friendship Road. I don't support the force main, but I'm not going to talk about that, believe it or not. So last year, the town asked citizens to participate in a budget survey similar to the survey that is being conducted this year. Last year's results show that citizens ranked transportation as a top budget priority. Yet, despite it being the priority, the council only funded $8.3 million in transportation capital improvements. And based on last year's projections for this coming year, only $9 million is going to be projected for or allocated for transportation. This is in comparison to the money that is being spent on sewer. So for the $8 million that was allocated for this year, we had $12 million allocated for sewer projects. For this coming year, where we have $9 million going to be allocated for all transportation improvements, which is our #1 priority in Apex, $9 million, they're getting $26 million, or they're going to ask for $26 million for one project that you've already heard that there's no support for. If the citizens' ranking of transportation on the survey wasn't enough, over the course of this past year, we've heard how Hume Olive Road area is so congested that pets have had many close calls with cars. We know that Austin, the dog, was hit and died. We know that a student trying to get to school was hit by a car. We know that every traffic impact analysis of Friendship Road has shown that we have a level of service of F. Then during the council meeting on December 13th, the Economic Development Strategic Plan was presented to you. It showed that the citizens ranked transportation access as the second largest weakness of attracting businesses to Apex, and then ranked transportation access as the #1 requirement for economic development. The data for funding transportation is overwhelming, yet I could not find any data that showed citizens want $26 million spent on a sewer line. The disparity of the data and the funding gives the impression that the council is not prioritizing the needs of the community. With it being an election year, I think it's important that the council consider looking at what actually these surveys say. If it was #1 last year in the survey, why don't we have more funding? So please consider funding more transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stitt. Jeff Hastings.
Thank you, Mayor, Town Council. Jeff Hastings, 3609 Friendship Road, Apex. Sort of different tangent. I have already taken the survey that the town has provided. So thank you for that. It went well. Thank you all. Thank you also, because one of the things that was on there was, as many of you know, that's near and dear to my heart, sits next door to us, is the Tunstall House. I just wanted to say that I appreciate the $400,000 that's already been allocated, and I want to continue to use the resources provided with the town to rehabilitate and restore that house, so it's true to what the wishes of Ms. Tunstall had when she sold the property to the town of Apex at a very reasonable price. So I just want to say thank you for what you're doing so far, and keep it up.
Thank you, Mr. Hastings. Last speaker for this item, so we'll go ahead and close public hearing for comment, and it's back to council for discussion. There's no action here tonight, but just for any discussion on this item.
I just want to thank everyone who came out and gave us your feedback. It's a struggle every year. I know that's the right term to use, but we definitely value citizen engagement, particularly on the budget. One of the biggest things we do every year is develop this budget, and the more input we have, the better. Thank you all.
Okay. Anyone else?
I would agree. When I attend meetings and people ask, how they can help and what they can do, I always point to the budget and ask for feedback, because it is, like Councilmember Mahaffey said, it is a struggle to get people to actually tell us what they want in the town. So seeing that is appreciated. Thank you very much for giving us your thoughts.
Anyone else?
Can we just talk about the schedule for the budget a little bit? Because this isn't the whole thing. This is the start of the process. This is the first night. This is the first meeting. Do we have the dates? Because we're going to have additional public hearings. We're going to have a draft budget come out, I believe, April. Is that right? No?
Have Amanda come back and talk about
Yeah. I'd just like to get the dates for additional opportunities for input that the public has.
I've got it, yeah.
Sorry for the curveball, Amanda.
Yeah, she's, I sent him, yeah.
have a good town clerk who emailed it to me.
It is. So going into January, we've got the capital improvement plan that's been sent to you guys for the project evaluation. We've got the annual budget retreat on the 17th. Then we'll be meeting with departments. Nonprofit applications are due on the 28th of February. We'll complete departmental budgets on March 1st. The Personnel Committee will meet on March 23rd. Finance Committee will meet on the 6th, the 10th, and the 10th. April 20th, the budget will be distributed to the Town Council. May 5th, we'll have a budget town council workshop. May 23rd, we'll have the public hearing on the proposed budget. June, we'll have another town council budget workshop if necessary, and then scheduled adoption is for June 13th.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So we can get this posted online too, as well.
Be great.
So,
Thank you so much.
thank you guys.
Okay. Any other discussion items? All right, hearing none. Before we move to public hearing 2, I would like to get a motion to go into closed session to consult with attorney.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passed unanimously. We're moving into closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passed unanimously. All right, we'll move now to public hearing number 2, rezoning case 22 CZ 13-2021 North Salem Street PUD, presented by Amanda Bunce.
Good evening. This rezoning is located in the northeast portion of our jurisdiction. On the northwest side of North Salem Street, it's approximately 6 acres in size. The property is currently zoned residential agricultural, and the surrounding zoning is either rural residential or residential agricultural to the north and west. And then across North Salem Street is light industrial. The proposed zoning is planned unit development, conditional zoning. The 2045 land use map designates this property as medium-density residential, and the proposed zoning and uses is consistent with that land use classification. The subject property, there are several existing structures on the property, some of which are historic, and based upon the report from Capital Area Preservation, CAP, the house that's located here and 2 additional structures are deemed to be historic and should be, per the UDO, should be preserved on site or relocated to an appropriate location within our planning jurisdiction. The applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting actually 2 meetings on April 19th and June 8th of 2022, and you have those meeting reports. Wake County Public Schools provided a letter of impact for this property indicating that high schools within the current assignment area for this rezoning are anticipated to have insufficient capacity for future students, but school expansion or construction within the next 5 years may address that concern. The proposed uses for this rezoning are accessory apartment, townhomes, park, active or passive, and utility minor. The proposed density is 6.7 dwelling units an acre or a max of 40 townhome units. The maximum building height is proposed at 42 feet or 2 stories maximum. The buffers that are proposed are largely consistent with those as required by the UDO. The one exception is that any disturbance necessary if there's a disturbed area along North Salem Street, it would be replanted to a type B buffer versus a type A. And that if there's an encroachment needed for a Town of Apex bus stop, that encroachment is allowed and would be allowed to count toward the buffer and RCA requirements. The PUD is proposing to meet the UDO standards for resource conservation area, which is 20%. The the rezoning is proposed, the typical architectural standards that we would see for townhome developments. For cultural resources, as I mentioned, there are 3 historic structures that are deemed to be historic and should be saved. CAP has evaluated the site and determined that the 1941 period cottage, the frame wash guest house, and a tobacco curing barn should be saved. The applicant has proposed a condition that despite the UDO requirement that historic home should be preserved or saved on site, that would allow it to be removed or demolished, not be saved. And they are proposing a payment in lieu in the amount of $100,000 to the town to further historic preservation of other historic structures in the town, including but not limited to the Tunstall House. The condition also indicates that the tobacco barn and the wash house would be preserved on site or elsewhere, and that the stone face on the portico of the existing home would be saved by the developer and adaptively reused on the property, either to be included as part of the subdivision signage or otherwise. The applicant is proposing 1 affordable housing unit at 100% AMI for a 10-year period. As far as roadway improvements, there is a limitation of 1 point of access on a North Salem Street that must be at least 500 feet from Greenlee, which is just off of their exhibit here. And as you can see, there is a street stub location that would be provided to the adjacent property to the north and east. The applicant is proposing there will be a 5-foot sidewalk along the frontage of North Salem Street and along both sides of all internal streets. They are also proposing a condition that, I'm gonna go back to the aerial. Aerial's this way. Shoot, sorry. That would fill in the sidewalk gap along this property, to connect the sidewalk along the frontage of the development and connect it with the sidewalk that was provided by the Salem Point Townhome Development. But if the needed right-of-way or construction easements cannot be obtained, then a fee in lieu would be provided for the cost of that sidewalk. The applicant has provided many of the suggested zoning conditions from the Environmental Advisory Board, who heard this in April of 2022. And the whole list of the EAB's conditions are listed in the staff report. They are numerous. The Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Advisory Commission recommended a fee in lieu for this project. The Planning Board held a public hearing on November 14th and recommended approval, but the condition for the change in the historic preservation standards for the house was not submitted by the applicant at that time. In fact, at that time, staff's recommendation was for approval. With this additional condition that's been added, staff has changed its recommendation to approval if that condition is removed. We have not had a rezoning with a condition that has changed the standard for preservation to occur either on-site or relocated elsewhere in our planning jurisdiction. And we have a report from CAP stating that the house is able to be moved. And so staff is recommending approval only with the removal of that condition. The 2045 land use map, the proposed rezoning is consistent with the 2045 land use map. And while the property encourages compact infill development, serves future transit with the provision of a bus stop on North Salem Street, and provides one affordable housing unit, it is not reasonable and in the public interest in that it would allow the demolition of a historic home to facilitate a subdivision without the need to wait 4 years from the date of demolition as required by the UDO. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions from Ms. Bratz?
So just to be clear, the staff recommendation is basically reverting back to the previous conditions, that were reviewed in November and recommended approval at that time.
Well, there's been additional conditions offered since that time as well, some environmental conditions and otherwise. So staff's recommending approval only if the condition related to historic preservation is removed. Mm-hmm.
Other questions? Hearing none, thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Jason Barron with Morningstar Law Group here on behalf of the applicant in this case. Appreciate the opportunity to stand before you tonight on this case. And it's an unusual case for me for a variety of reasons, some of which you've heard, but I think it might be the first time that I can remember, at least in recent memory, that I'm standing in front of you on a case that has a staff recommendation of denial, and that's not something that I take lightly. It's not something I relish. However, you heard the staff's analysis of the case, and we respectfully disagree. We actually think that on balance, the case that's before you tonight is in fact reasonable and in the public interest, and I hope to be able to share some of that information with you here momentarily. I'm not going to go through the basics of the zoning case. I think you understand what's before you. It's not a complicated zoning case in a vacuum, with one limited exception, which I plan on talking about, but otherwise it's 40 townhomes. In a location where there's really only going to be 40 townhomes. It's consistent with the land use plan that has been acknowledged. It's got architectural conditions that you've seen in just about every other case that has townhomes, so that's appropriate and reasonable in the public interest. It has the vast majority of the conditions that were recommended by the Environmental Advisory Board. It has 4 homes with active solar at 4 kilowatt performance. So again, it includes conditions that are acknowledging the town's priorities in that regard. It includes an affordable housing condition consistent with the staff's recommendation and expectations for the case. And it includes off-site sidewalk extension, which is an item that from the applicant's perspective, certainly from my perspective, is an item that has been increasing in priority with this council, and I've shared that perspective with my client, and my client, like with the other conditions that you just heard, my client is listening loud and clear, and has incorporated a condition that addresses extension of a sidewalk that it's an off-site improvement. Where we quibble with the staff's recommendation is in fact on historic preservation. I don't want to lose sight of the fact, however, that there is some historic preservation happening in this case. The wash house is being preserved, the barn is being preserved, and those come at a cost as well. Additionally, the stonework around the portico is going to be adaptively reused. It's cool looking, for lack of a better way to put it. And given kind of the status of the structure that's on the site, it seemed like a good opportunity to be able to take something from that house without removing the house entirely from the site. With respect to the house itself, and you've seen the pictures in the staff report, and I'm happy to share them with you tonight, but I'm not going to bore you with them because, again, you've seen those pictures. The house is not in great shape. We were surprised to hear Capital Area Preservation's conclusion that it was at 90% preservable. Not here to quibble with that. I just want to tell you that given what we had seen, what my client had seen with respect to the house, it was a surprise to hear that A, it was on a historic register of any sort. Well, it's not on a register, but it was on a list. And B, that Capital Area Preservation deemed that it was something, that it was a house that was worth saving. If you look at those pictures, outside there are structural challenges to it. There are breaks in the brick. I mean, there's foundational issues associated with the house. Inside, there's standing water. There's mold problems. I mean, it is a house that has a lot of problems. Moreover, it's not a house that you even know is there. When you drive by on Salem Street, it's hidden behind a stand of trees. I think this case would be different. It would be much different if the house were one that was in really good shape and didn't require significant expense, which I'm going to talk about in a moment, to restore and bring up to Capital Area Preservation standards. I also think it would be a different case if this were a historic home that maybe weren't in great shape, but was one that people, the citizens of Apex, had attached some intrinsic value to, that they had driven by it for a long time. And I worked on a case with Toll Brothers not too long ago out in the western part of the town's jurisdiction, where everybody acknowledged the house wasn't really a historic home, but it's one that everybody had seen for a long time. And so it was worth saving in that case. I think those are different cases than what we're talking about here. We have a house that is in serious disrepair, and we have a house that really nobody even knows is there. So there isn't any value to the community in saving it, beyond the fact that it is in fact an old home, which we don't dispute. And I do want to talk about the cost. As noted in the staff report, it has been determined that it could be moved. Where it would be moved to, we don't know, but the cost of just moving it on site is a six-figure cost. The cost to bring that home up to the standards that would be required such that CAP could accept a preservation easement over it. We don't know exactly what those are because you really don't know until you start to do that work. But those costs are in like the $250,000, according to my client, just kind of doing some rough estimates associated with the significant work that would need to be done. And that's whether it's saved on site or otherwise. If we moved it to a portion of our site, that cost is going to be a sunk cost. If we moved it to another piece of property in the town that could absorb having the structure on the site, those costs are there. And so at a minimum, the way my client looks at this is a $350,000 line item that is attached to this site. And I think that's important because this is a 40-unit townhome community. This is not a 400-unit residential development where you have the ability to take a line item that is that substantial. And again, we have an affordable housing condition that costs this site a couple $100,000. We have solar commitments. We have the extension of sidewalk. We have the town's customary fees. It's tough for a 40-unit townhome community to be able to absorb all of that, and it's impossible for it to be able to absorb another $350,000, $400,000 in restoring the house that is there up to the standards that would be required. And I think that's an important point, not only as it relates to the 40 townhomes that are before you, because you really can't fit anything more there. There's no, you only have what real estate you have. You can't really fit anything else on there. I think my client has done a good job of being sensitive to the environment, but also trying to get as much density as they can in order to afford these items. But if this council's not inclined to approve the case, it doesn't guarantee that this home is going to be saved. All it means is that the house will sit there in a continued state of disrepair. It will fall further and further into disrepair. It doesn't guarantee that this house is going to be saved. Now, that's not a threat, but it's just an acknowledgement of the fact that that line item is going to be carried with this site regardless of who picks it up, regardless of whether it's 40 townhomes or 20 single-family detached. Again, the ability to spread those costs over a residential development on a parcel this size is just not financially feasible. And I know that's not the most compelling argument to stand in front of you and make. I recognize that fully. And I've been doing this for 20 years. I've never been involved in a case where capital area preservation said, we think you need to save the home, and my client said, forget it, we're going to go fight capital area preservation. That's not what my clients do. That's not what I advise them to do. I believe the circumstances associated with this particular home are unique enough that if the council's inclined to, when you take a look at the big picture, take a look at all of the other public good that is coming out of these 40 townhomes, I think losing the opportunity so that you could theoretically save a house that may not end up getting saved at the end of the day, there's no guarantee that the site just doesn't get sold to somebody who comes in and raises the home and builds a single-family detached home. That also won't save the house. And so, again, it's not an argument that I particularly relish to be able to make in front of you all, but it is the best balance that we can find, and I believe it makes the case reasonable and in the public interest. And so with that, we're here to answer any questions that you all may have, and we would respectfully request you all's support and approval of the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Barron?
Yes, I have one. Mr. Barron, it's my point of view, and there's been stories even recently about this, that the Raleigh area has done a poor job in preserving many of its old buildings, especially, I think, 70s and 60s time period, when they were building all these brutalist type structures. So is this not kind of along the same lines, this proposal along the same lines of that kind of mistreatment of old buildings in this area that I think could have done a lot better in the past and should do better in the future? How do you react to that point of view?
Yeah, and again, I don't dispute that the history associated with historic preservation in the Triangle, in this region, has not been great. However, I do believe in this particular instance, it's striking the right balance to allow for preservation priorities to be achieved and recognizing the practical reality of the home that we're talking about. Again, Councilman Gant, I believe if this were a home that were in really good shape and were very visible, I think it would be a different story. But if you've driven by there, and I suspect that you have, you live in the town, if you've driven by there, you don't even know that the home is there. If you look at the house, it just doesn't feel like a house that is worth losing the opportunity to get the other items out of this case. The last thing I would tell you, and again, I've been doing this for 20 years and I've never asked to, and we're not ignoring capital area preservation, but I've never had a client ask to set aside capital area preservation's finding. I think the reason why that is because the market right now understands fully the commitment that folks like you all have made to historic preservation. I think the condition we've come up with is reflective of a client and a community and a market that understands that similar commitment to historic preservation. So I'm not concerned that I'm going to be standing here in 6 months. I can promise you I won't be standing here in 6 months with another case where CAP has found a house that's worth saving and I'm having this conversation. If so, then it's literally the same piece of property, which we know in real estate doesn't happen.
Thanks.
Ms. Barron, I have one question. In terms of what's the cost of moving the bill, of moving that structure?
I think the estimates were, what, $100,000 roughly? Yeah.
And that would be, that would include the cost of finding another location for it to be within our area to basically plant that down. Okay.
Oh, that is just on site. Okay. We don't know this. I apologize. We don't know the cost of moving it off site. I think a lot of that would depend on how far it goes, and we don't know where it would go.
I want to turn your attention to another matter within the application. We're talking about 40 townhome units that are being placed on there. What are our traffic considerations that we're talking about? I mean, will we be significantly impacting the number of cars that are traveling along North Salem? I know we've got a school that's kind of nearby. What do we have with regard to the traffic impact? Anything that we need to be concerned about?
Well, 40 townhomes, and I'm not a traffic engineer, and Mr. Tang, I don't know if you want to respond to that question. I don't see Russell here, but 40 townhomes don't generate a lot of peak hour trips. I mean, it's far below what the town would typically consider as the threshold for making improvements. Obviously, the frontage improvements are going to be made along Salem Street, but in terms of off-site improvements, it's not the type of traffic that's generating off-site recommended improvements for traffic.
And for the affordable housing aspect of things, you said 100% of the AMI. Why'd you guys pick that number?
That was in consultation with the town staff, just given kind of the location of this parcel, the anticipated price point of townhomes in this area, and working with the staff to find kind of the right balance on, is it 80, is it 100, is it 110, and 100 was ultimately the one that everybody agreed was the appropriate number.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions for Mr. Barron? All right, hearing none, thank you so much. All right, we'll now move to public hearing for comment. We'll open it up now, and Jeff Hastings, if you would come up, please.
Mayor, there's one other speaker that came in late that will sign up, if that's okay. Again, Jeff Hastings, 3609 Friendship Road. For the point of this conversation, president of the Apex Historical Society, I heard a lot said about that tract of property. One of the things that came to mind was priorities. Yes, the town has priorities for solar. Yes, the town has priorities for sidewalks. They have infrastructure priorities. Are we willing to sacrifice all of that to let one person basically decide what the value is of one property over another? And are we going to let that one person override capillary preservation, who is the authority in Wake County? Apex and several other municipalities have a contract with capillary preservation. They're the experts in the room. This whole thing came to capillary preservation about 11 months ago, about the process of possibly saving the house. To the best of my knowledge, capillary preservation has not been contacted in the 11 months. The Apex Historical Society has not been contacted in the 11 months. We get an email Friday before a planning board saying that in lieu of saving the house, they want to donate some money. We find out about it. It's after the fact that it can't go to the public. It's just the timing of the whole thing. There's never been the resources given to see if the house is worth saving. Is it off the road? Yes, it's off the road. My 1890 house was off the road, and it burned to the ground. Nobody knew it was there, and I love that part about it. But that doesn't make it any less relevant than the Tunstall house beside us. And when we start allowing the developers to decide what is of historical value in Apex versus what is not, we go down a rabbit hole. Because with all due respect to Mr. Barron, this will not be the last time, should this go forth. Because I guarantee you, multiple developers are looking at this. Because it's an easy fix. He talks about the dollar amount, $6,200 a townhouse. In Apex, that's the difference that $250,000 is. And we're going to sacrifice what could be a historical property with no outreach by the developer, no attempt to have somebody found that might save the house. We're willing to sacrifice that for what we think are priorities. So I respectfully ask that you decline it with that contingency that's in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hastings.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Jeremy Bradham. I'm the Preservation Specialist, Capital Area Preservation. I just want to piggyback on what Jeff said and speak to the importance of the ordinance here in Apex. Just so you all realize, so we work all over Wake County. Every town in Wake County looks to Apex for preservation. Holly Springs, Fuquay, they've all said, what has Apex done to make downtown so great and to save the historic structures around Apex? And we always point to the ordinance. It was the first of its kind in the state. A few other towns have followed suit. Cary and Wake Forest both have state enabling legislation like Apex got. But I want to speak to the fact that the ordinance would be completely undermined and really would open up a wormhole, so to speak, for developers being able to use payment in lieu of actually saving historic property. I'm not speaking on just this specific property. If this would have happened in the past, there would be 6 less saved houses in Apex. And we've done reviews for Apex for many years now. I've been at the company for 10 years. It was done before my time. There's been over a dozen that were not worthy of being saved. We try to find unique examples. And this is a 1941 Tudor Revival pyramidal house. And it's extremely unique for Apex, and it's really the only example that Apex has. So that's why we gave our analysis, but we agree with the staff recommendation that that condition should be pulled. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Banner. If you would, can you go see Mr. Coleman and sign that? Thank you so much. All right, that's the last speaker for the public hearing for comment, and it's back to council. We officially close the public hearing. Council for discussion lead to a possible motion.
I do have an additional question for Mr. Barron, if I may.
Yes,
Mr. Barron, Mr. Hastings mentioned that there hadn't been any communications between the applicant and capital area or with Apex Preservation. Can you speak to that?
I'm gonna let Mark Bowles with Baker Residential address that.
Yeah. Mark Bowles, Baker Residential. Yes, I had several emails with Jeremy Bradham, Mr. Bradham. Left him some phone messages, and so we've communicated several times. So there absolutely has been communication.
Okay, thank you.
Here, no discussion. Is there a motion?
I find the argument, Mr. Mayor, that the Apex Historical Society and Capital Area Preservation is making is compelling. I think that we look to them for their expertise. I am very grateful for their expertise. I am Apex. What makes it great? Well, part of what makes it great is the historic structures that we have. We've been able to preserve through efforts like this. I'll admit, looking at the house, it's in bad shape, and I definitely see the point there. I would like to continue to defer to Capital Area Preservation in terms of making the judgment about what's worth saving or not. I think it's served us well in the past, and I think we should continue doing that. So I'm not in favor of this rezoning.
Yeah, I appreciate the position of, we got to rely on the expertise of Capital Area Preservation, because but for their efforts and the efforts of past council, a number of these structures wouldn't survive. We'd be walking around here with bad structures. And I would dispute Mr. Barron's comments and agree with Mr. Hastings' comments with regard to the fact that it's not within visible eye shot doesn't diminish the value of the property. I think, the fact that I don't see it doesn't mean that it's worth less. But then I start thinking through in terms of kind of the way this development is. And to me, if I boil everything down to one thing, we're getting transportation because we're getting the sidewalks, we're getting bus access, we're getting a 40-unit, development in an area that's kind of tailor-made for it based on that corridor and where things are at. We're getting solar, which we beat up every developer about when they walk in front of us. We're getting the sidewalks, which we beat up everybody about. We're getting affordable housing at 100% of the AMI, which we beat everybody up about. The thing that's stopping this is the preservation of a historic structure. And I think it's incredibly important for us to be able to maintain those historic structures. But if I'm getting everything else that we routinely ask everybody for, I have to take a close look at what we're doing with regard to this preservation of the structure. And I completely understand and can appreciate the slippery slope argument, because I know that the minute if we were to do this, we're going to have every single applicant that wants to do it say, hey, we're going to, throw a check at you in order to, prevent us from having to deal with it or move things. I think on balance, that's not really what will happen, only because, these conditional rezonings are the opportunity to take a look at the UDO and say, does this fit? When we look at the application of the UDO in this case, we have an applicant that made, I think, a creative solution to a larger issue of preservation. by offering a fee in lieu. And when I look at that option of a fee in lieu, I think of it in the same context as when we ask for a fee in lieu for sidewalks, a fee in lieu for canopy. So is there a risk that somebody could come in here and say, oh, well, you did it for them, you can do it for us? I do think that's a risk, and I think it's very real. But we also have the ability to say no. We have to evaluate everything on a case-by-case basis. We've got to evaluate all the facts, what are the pros, what are the cons. And when I look at the pros and the cons in this instance, we're getting a lot from this applicant. You know, we are losing something incredibly important, but we're gaining a lot that's also incredibly important. You know, are we opening up the door? I do think we are opening up the door. But I'm not afraid to close the door either. And I do think that in some instances, we need to have the ability to open doors to look at whether or not, under specific circumstances, specific issues, we need to make a change. So I agree. Capital area preservation, they're the experts in the room. We should rely upon them. I think a large part of why two structures are staying is because of their pressure. And, by no means is this an easy resolution, but if I look at it in terms of the whole, I feel like the opportunity to get these things while still getting a chance to put some money towards another very, very important preservation project that we have right over there, I feel like the developers and the applicants are kind of moving in a direction that we want them to start thinking about things. And I have a hard time saying no when they're giving us what we want for 90% or 98% of what we asked for. So I can support this.
I'm kind of along the same mindset here. I'm definitely not an expert. Seeing some of the photos that were attached to this packet, it does look extremely run down. We've got all of these other improvements that we've been looking for that we asked for repeatedly. And they're offering these conditions to fill gaps and to prioritize things that we've said are priorities. I think, doing a direct donation to historic preservation is, that we've been talking about trying to renovate the Tunstall House for a very long time. We're putting money toward doing that. This is a possible addition to that donation process. I think as of right now, the way it's presented, I can support this rezoning.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
So I know it's my first night here, so I'll come out swinging. To me, this is a matter of principle. Like where are our values? What do we truly care about? And so, although I appreciate the concessions that are offered by the developer in terms of sidewalk extension in particular, some of the other things that are mentioned, solar on 4 out of 40 units, that's half the capacity of what the typical house in North Carolina uses, is not very meaningful to me. Offering one affordable housing unit out of 40 is not very meaningful to me. And if we want to put our money where our mouth is in terms of, talking about preserving the historical appeal of Apex, I think that needs to carry some weight. And so, keeping that in mind, yes, I would hate to see us lose the sidewalk and the bus stop, but I think there's alternatives here, and to me, $100,000 donation is the easy way out. So I'm not in favor of this. I think there's a way that we can do this, but with the preservation of that home. I think that development can still go through. I think that house can be moved on site and be preserved. I appreciate there's a cost associated with that. But I think that, that gives us, gets us closer to the 100% that Councilmember Gray was talking about than the proposal in front of us right now.
Plot thickens. My political philosophy, I've said this before in this room, is I try to go for things that are greatest good for the greatest number of people, utilitarianism. And when I balance these things, I think the housing and the sidewalk and the affordable housing are the greater good for the greatest number of people. And I know that probably won't get invited to the anything cap related anymore with that point of view. I also I don't care about it's not being visible. I think that's a bad argument, and the intrinsic value. I think they're the experts, but with that being said, I think there's a balance there that it's going to help more people than not. And frankly, I'd be afraid the landowner, if this was denied, they would just bulldoze it and then wait 4 years, and then we're worse off in that case. So that's always a risk. I'm not sure how likely it is. I'm not sure about the situation with the landowner, but that is a possibility, and that would be worse. So, motion to approve.
I'll second that.
So that's a motion to approve
Approving the rezoning as presented.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we vote?
I would just like to keep in mind, I mean, clearly we've all talked about where we're going. That's fine. Just thinking big picture about what this means for Apex's, the reputational risk here. And what does it mean for our commitment? What's going to happen to the other historic homes which are in this marginal place of maybe it should be preserved, maybe not? Is everyone going to go after this meeting, take a look at what properties they own, make some phone calls and say, hey, wait, maybe there's another way to do this. We've been sitting on it for a while. So I think that's a real risk. It's not just about this home for me. If you can guarantee me that this would have no impacts to other cases, like magic wand, like that, spell these, not Spider-Man movie. Everyone just forget everything, I'd be okay with it. But it's more about the overall, ecosystem and conditions that we operate in, and that's what concerns me right now. So,
I just want to add one thing. I didn't get clarity on the communication between the applicant and then also CAP. I understand that there was emails, but what was the communication? Was there a possible solution worked out? I never heard that. Or was there an attempt to do a solution? I don't know.
Well, I mean, the solution was just to, fully move it, fully preserve it, do the, so there was no variation that I'm aware of that I can recall in the discussions. It was just, the full preservation per the UDO.
Yeah, there was emails exchanged back and forth, but I think what Jeff was referencing is just the fact that usually there's all right, these are the lots that we're looking at. And so I'm comparing it to like the Phillips house, which moved onto the Peakway. You've got the one on Lower Duncan. And in terms of all those, there were plans that came forward. All right, we're going to move it here. We're looking at land here. Let's come up with a plan. And I think it's just the longer that time goes by, usually So that was the lack of communication in that. So.
But just I didn't really speak to Jeremy on this, but we did do some searching for alternative sites to move it to. I did feel from my conversation with the house mover, it gets extremely expensive. You start going quarter mile, half mile down the road, so you need to find something there's a lot of commercial spaces around that would seem to be inconsistent with this. So there was very few available sites that were in a close radius to the site. So I didn't really speak with Jeremy on this, but I did do some research to where we might move it. And that was part of the problem we had. We couldn't find a logistical solution or logical solution.
But just in general, you come into your report, and there's not like a negotiation afterwards. It's like the report is the report, and then they can react to it, right?
Right. Well, this is a unique one because we gave an evaluation and we agreed with the developer in this case that we need to look at some of the foundation issues. So we said, all right, if it can be moved, we're not move experts. We've moved plenty of houses, not us personally, and the moving companies have done that. But we've always said a mover is the expert to know if something can be moved. If it can be moved, then we're saying it should be saved because it was there. And to go back to the pictures, I mean, the pictures, you can look at pictures at all the beautiful houses that have been saved in Apex. Some of them looked far worse than this. That was our big concern, was to make sure it can be moved. And so that's why we did an amendment to our report, and it was based on those findings from the mover himself saying that it can be moved. And so we just kind of doubled down on what we said. It's important, and now it can be moved. So, yeah, thank you.
Thanks for the clarity. Appreciate it. Any other discussion? All right, so we have a motion and a second for approval. We'll go to the vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay.
All right, so motion passes 3-2. Thank you. All right, public hearing 3, rezoning case 22, CZ 23, Yellow Bridge PUD Amendment, Lauren Stoudemire.
All right, good evening, everyone. This is rezoning case 22, CZ 23, Yellow Bridge PUD Amendment, located at 2813 and 2817 US 64 Highway West. The intent of this rezoning is to amend an approved architectural zoning condition and fix a typo on the elevation condition related to garages with single-family detached. The properties are located west of 540, south of US 64 in our ETJ, adjacent to Chanticleer Drive. The properties are north of Stratford at Abington, west of Abington, east of Sweetwater, and south of Towns at Westford. The properties are currently zoned planning unit development conditional zoning. The applicant is proposing to rezone the properties to plan unit development conditional zoning. The 2045 land use map designates the subject properties as medium density residential and commercial services. The proposed rezoning to plan unit development conditional zoning is consistent with that land use map designation. The intent of the PUD amendment is to amend rezoning case 22 CZ06 Yellow Bridge PUD in the following way. It's for the architectural zoning condition number 6. So it currently reads, garages on the front facade of a home that faces the street shall not exceed 30% of the total width of the house and garage together. The amendment that the applicant is proposing is garages on the front facade of homes that face the street shall not exceed 50% of the total width of the house and garage together. The elevations that were provided in the original PUD are consistent with the 50%. I just wanted to make that clear. No other changes are proposed to the approved PUD and zoning conditions. The applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting on October 24th, and the neighborhood meeting report is attached. A letter of impact from Wake County Public School Systems was not requested for this rezoning, as this PUD is a PUD amendment for an architectural condition. This rezoning was also exempt from meeting with the EAB due to it being an amendment for a zoning condition for the architectural standards. The 2045 land use map designates the subject properties as medium density residential and commercial services. The proposed rezoning to plan unit development conditional zoning is consistent with that land use map designation. Approval of the proposed rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because it will provide additional flexibility with architectural design with no other changes to the approved PUD standards. The proposed changes are generally consistent with the approved residential developments to the south and east. Planning Board heard this at their January meeting and unanimously recommended approval of the amendment. And planning staff can recommend approval as well. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Stoudemire?
Yeah, Ms. Stoudemire, the 30%, I'm assuming there's some reason that that's kind of in some of our documentation about it being desirable versus 50. Can you kind of explain where that all comes from and the desirability of keeping it below a certain amount in general?
Sure, I'd like to defer it to Diane.
It's 50% in our recommended architectural zoning condition. It was a typo.
Oh, it's, okay, staff doesn't necessarily desire like it to be lower for certain aesthetic purposes, right?
Yeah, 50% is fine. That's what our recommendation, our standard recommendation is. It was just put in incorrectly and staff didn't notice it was at 30% and the developer noticed it after it was already approved.
Okay.
Any other questions?
So it's presented as a typo, like if it were a 4 or a 6, I would understand, but between a 3 and a 5, that's a 2 key difference, right? So, but was there any consideration ever to look at, less garage front, or is that typically considered as part of the DDO? I know you just answered the question, but 50% is typically what we're looking for, but.
Given the width of houses, you wouldn't be able to do a 2-car garage with less than about 50%. So we have seen it less when there's a 1-car garage, and we've seen alley loaded required in certain areas, but that wasn't what this project was proposing, and that's not what's in the neighborhood adjacent to it.
And then what I'm reacting to is some of the pictures, right? So there's a picture here of a, for all intents and purposes, a beautiful home with a big garage in the front, and then a utility garage that doesn't seem to count towards the 50% rule. But there's also an alternate picture here that shows a side entry garage that doesn't have the big garage door on the front at all. And so is that an alternative that has been explored or should be explored?
Yeah, it's the front facade, so anything that's back from the front facade is not counted in that percentage. In terms of the architectural conditions, we always would like to see rear-loaded garages, but that's not often what can be done given the amount of stream buffers on properties, the shape of properties, etc. We always try to push the developers to do rear-loaded if they can. And we've actually tried to push developers to have no garages because that is what will make homes more affordable, but we're told that's not what the market is, that garages are necessary. And typically 2-car garage is preferred over a 1-car garage.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you. Hear from the applicant, please.
Thanks, Lauren. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I'm Matthew Carpenter with Parker Poe, 301 Fayetteville Street, here tonight on behalf of the developer and builder Lennar Homes. And this case may sound familiar because it was just approved in September of last year, and you probably recall there was a lot of discussion and collaboration with neighbors to get to that point, and so it was a really long process. And so the request tonight is a very narrow PUD amendment, as Lauren laid out. And it is just to change that 3 to a 5 in condition 6. And Councilmember Zagerman, I think this elevation is easy to understand the need for the change. These elevations here actually weren't included at the beginning of the case. There was some, I guess what I'd call lesser elevations, and then as we worked through the process with neighbors, one of the kind of final gives that we gave was to add some architectural requirements like crawl space foundations and front porches and certain railings. And then when we did that, we replaced our elevations with these elevations. And the whole time we didn't realize that the elevations were inconsistent with 30%. So you can see, just disregarding the kind of second garage that's off to the right, even if that weren't there, the garage would be right at 50% of the front elevation. And so we're asking for the amendment tonight just so that we can build exactly what we included in the elevations. And when we do the PUD text, we do include a couple different examples. And so, that's just to give us some options depending on, different lot sizes. Some lots are wider, have a little more space. Some are a little more cramped. And so there could be single-family types here that have a side kind of loaded garage, but there are lots that will have front-facing garages like this home, and it'd be difficult to build them with the 30% requirement. And so it's really just a cleanup exercise to try to get that right. I think early on we got staff's initial recommendations, and we're just mixed up on the percentage. So Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, hearing none, we'll go ahead and open up public hearing for comment. No one has signed up to speak tonight, so we'll close it. And it's back to council for discussion, leading to a possible motion.
Motion to approve?
Motion to approve, Gant.
Second.
Second, Mayor Pro Tem. Discussion.
So I do want to note, just for the record and for my colleagues, I did reach out to a lot of our friends in Abington who came and spoke with us last time and asked them about the case and wanted to hear if they had any concerns or thoughts. And a few people got back to me and I would say reiterated some of their earlier concerns. But I do want to be fair to the applicant and recognize this is just an amendment. And, you know, the entitlement's been granted. Despite my opposition earlier, I'm not opposed to fixing this issue.
Thank you, Councilman. Other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passed unanimously. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. We'll be back. I was going to try to move it to 8, but I was like, no way. move now to public hearing 4, rezoning case 22, CZ 24, Apex Gateway. Please, Amanda Bunce.
All right, so this is rezoning 22 CZ 24, which is located in Chatham County, part of our jurisdiction, along the north side of Highway 64. As you may recall, this property was rezoned back in March of 2022. And the purpose of this rezoning, similar to the last one, is to revise a zoning condition, although not due to a typo. Like I said, the property was rezoned to light industrial conditional zoning, and that is the same proposed zoning district. And the proposed rezoning is consistent with the 2045 land use map. The applicant did hold their neighborhood meeting in September. And the purpose of this rezoning is to change one condition related to the replacement of trees that are removed as part of development. The current rezoning was approved prior to the applicant completing their tree survey of the properties, and without that survey, the applicant underestimated the number of trees that met the condition that was agreed to. Due to the number of existing trees 18 inches in diameter and greater that would be impacted by the proposed development, the applicant would have to remove existing trees less than 18 inches in caliper just to meet the replanting requirement of find space for all the required 1.5-inch trees. The applicant has little opportunity to plant trees elsewhere in town. Therefore, the applicant has proposed to amend the zoning condition to increase the size of the trees required to be replaced from 18 inches to 24 inches, and has also proposed to replace at least 140 trees that are 18 inches in diameter. And that is environmental condition number 1 in your staff report. It's the only proposed change to the uses or conditions that were previously approved. The applicant did meet with the Environmental Advisory Board in October, and ultimately the board agreed with the applicant and supported indicated support by a vote of 5-1 for replacing of 24 inches. In further discussions with staff, we were able to increase that commitment to get those additional 140 18-inch trees or greater to be replaced. Planning staff recommends approval of this rezoning with the conditions as offered by the applicant. The planning board held a public hearing on January 9th and unanimously recommended approval as well. The rezoning is consistent with the 2045 land use map, and approval of the rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because the proposed change to the current tree replacement zoning condition will allow for replanting without the need to clear smaller trees. The intent of the zoning condition is to retain tree canopy, and the proposed change will allow for the retention of more mature tree canopy and less disturbance of areas that can otherwise be protected. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Can you say where the 140 came from, that number?
I just, in looking at the number of trees on the site based on our tree survey, I asked the applicant to evaluate and take another look at their plans to say how many can you get, because there was a big difference between the 24 inches and the 18-inch tree replacement. And so I asked them to go back and look at what they could offer, and this was the number that they came back with after working with their landscape architect and their civil engineer, their development team. And knowing the plans that they have for the property.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
So can you speak, this makes me uncomfortable. The condition says Town of Apex Design Development Manual, either on-site or an alternative location approved by the town planning staff. So what efforts were made to look for an alternative location that you could approve?
Well, the applicant, to my knowledge, only has one other additional property that's been developed in town, and there's limited opportunity to plant on that site. And finding other properties within the town that are cleared of trees. We have, what's left to be developed is often wooded. And so finding place that has trees available, the town has limited property that it owns. I mean, we struggle to find places appropriate for all the Arbor Day and Tree City USA trees that we want to plant that doesn't conflict with utilities and other issues. So, it's just simply difficult to find additional places to replant a large number of trees.
What about third parties? Like, when I read that condition, I envisioned this to be another site, could be anywhere, right? Ideally in the Jordan Lake watershed, but it doesn't have to be town property, it doesn't have to be their property. It could be some conservation area somewhere that's under tree that wants to get planted up. Like, there's other options available, right? No?
I mean, I'm not aware, I don't have a list of properties that are available for conservation that are under treed.
It sounds like what you're really asking for is a tree in lieu kind of application.
Nice.
Too soon, man. I guess this condition I think is important because I think we need to move to a place where the town is trying to maintain or increase our tree canopy cover. And conditions like this are the only lever we have really to do that other than planting ourselves. So if it's difficult for people to find off-site locations to plant, because I think it'll be rare that someone can replant everything on-site because they are generally building roads and homes and stuff, we need an inventory of places to give to people, and we should work on developing that as kind of my first thought when seeing this issue.
Question for our town manager then. Is it possible, because we do a tree planting, you know, each year, we give away trees for people to plant. Is it possible to create a waiting list of people that want trees to be planted? Because my understanding is they went very, very quickly last year.
I'm gonna ask Sean to respond to that about the tree situation, and then, well, Sean, I'll let you respond first and then see if.
So we, I'm sorry, I don't mean to feel like we keep passing the. Sorry, Diane, help me if we get there, because Joe Curtin has kind of managed some of that program, you know, recently in the past. We have kept some of those, what we've done for those names. We haven't had a waiting list like, okay, well, here it is, and next up. We do have that list, because sometimes we've gone out and the space did not fit the parameters of the program. You know, they couldn't, so it wasn't going to produce a healthy tree or something like that. So we could go to the next person on the list. And we've also had those list of names, and they haven't, the reason I hesitate to say it's a waiting list is because they're not like, hey, next up there, because the next year is a new application process. So what we do is let them know, hey, the application's getting ready to open, make sure you apply, you know, that sort of thing. So they get that second chance through that sort of thing. Because it is a first come, first serve. We don't, you know, we identify the first ones on the list, go out and make sure that the spot works, you know, and then kind of work down from there. So it sort of is a waiting list, but it's not, you know, just, hey, it's not a rolling where it keeps coming. They still have to apply each year when we do the program.
Right, and I think my point is, you know, there are possible places to put some trees that are on private property that people are saying, yes, please come plant here. And this might be an opportunity in those instances when we have off-site areas that may need to be planted instead. This might be a possibility of filling that gap.
So, just to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, if folks want to volunteer for spaces where trees can be planted, then possible donations. Okay. That's something that we can look into and follow up. And then we'll also, Marty, I'm going to put you on the spot, or maybe I'll put Diane on the spot about the information we're going to be getting in a couple months from Wake County. Would it be appropriate to?
Sure. So Wake County is working on a land cover analysis and tree cover analysis for the whole county. We do not have the draft yet. It's supposed to be coming soon. We're supposed to meet with them. It's next Tuesday with the consultant. And so I don't have an update. We've not seen the draft yet. I'm not sure if they're going to have to reschedule that meeting that we have, but they are, you know, looking at where, you know, how much tree cover each area has and that type of thing. But I'll just say that most of the areas I think they're going to find in Apex will have utilities on them, because our staff, Joe Curtin, has been all over town looking for places to plant trees, because before we proposed the peak process, we actually were looking for areas that were in rights of way so we wouldn't have to work with anybody. There's essentially nowhere to plant trees. If you see an area that's cleared, there's utilities in it. I mean, that's essentially where we are. So anyway, I think the tree cover analysis will be a good start to see where we are, but I'm not sure that it's going to identify places that need to be replanted most of our vacant properties are fully treed. I mean, they're forests.
So if you run into these conditions, would it be doable, acceptable to ask for resource conservation areas instead of replanting? Because if there's truly no place to put trees in the town of Apex, right, then we're not gonna, this is not gonna be the last request like this that we're gonna see.
Yeah, I want to double the resource conservation area we want to keep, like something I've talked about. Like I do think our resource conservation area should be a lot larger, especially in this particular area. So yeah, I'd agree with that. I will say, like, if you increase your resource conservation area, that's going to reduce the number of trees you're cutting down. So that'll reduce your replanting requirement.
Right.
The replanting should be net of your landscape plan, which involves you planting a bunch of trees and lawn and stuff as well. So there's one other thing that's bugging me here for staff. And it's this notion that if we don't approve this, what they have to do is bulldoze 8 acres or 9 acres or whatever it is of a bunch of tiny trees and then replant them right away and then.
When they're not necessarily just tiny trees. I mean, there's areas with, I mean, it's a fairly mature area, so there's trees that are 10 inches, 12, 8, I mean, maybe some smaller underbrush, but I mean, we're talking about existing mature tree canopy that would have to be removed to be replanted with, you know, baby trees essentially.
Yes, and I acknowledge that, and I see what the applicant's saying, and I watched the planning board meeting. I think that's bad, that's even a potential solution. Like, I think that's a loophole, and we should think about how we word our conditions such that the solution isn't, raise some of the area and replant, right? So I would like to see that not be an option in the future, and to really push people towards the off-site solutions, no matter how difficult they might be.
And these conditions are over and above the standard UDO requirements for planting. So they don't get to count all the trees that they're planting in buffers to supplement, or the trees that are planted in parking areas to provide the shading, or any other trees near buildings that are planted on the site. So it's over and above. I just wanted to point that out as well, that there are trees being added already, replanted, but this replanting requirement doesn't get to consider what the UDO already requires to be replanted on site.
Right, and I think there's some, I could negotiate a bit there too, because I agree they shouldn't get credit for buffers that they're getting, but I do like, trees located in parking lots and other locations. Like, that does seem to be increasing the canopy cover. But regardless, this isn't a canopy cover condition. This is a specific removing number of trees, planting number of trees. So I see what you're saying. So yeah, I guess I don't really have anything else to say on that point. It's just I don't think it's great that people can cut down a 10-inch tree to plant a 1.5-inch tree. Clearly, I don't want that to happen. No one does, and we should think about phrasing these conditions in the future in such a way that's not an option somehow.
All right, let's hear from the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Gilbert, members of the council. My name is Walker Gorham. I'm the Triangle Market Lead for Beacon Partners, the project developer for Apex Gateway. I think Amanda did a good job of summarizing why we're making the request. We've worked in great detail with staff to try to find alternatives as outlined. We've offered fee in lieu. We discussed public property where we could try to approach a tree in lieu alternative, and unfortunately there just was not any available property. So I think the Councilman Gant, to your question just on where the 140 came from, our objective here with this site with respect to our disturbance area was to try to maximize the undisturbed acreage closest to the intersection of 64 and 751. And so it's a 133 acre site. We have over a third or 36% of the site is undisturbed. And so as was noted, what our tree consultant was telling us, who loves to get paid to plant trees for us, was that in this situation, you're going to be clear cutting an additional 8 acres to replant the 1.5-inch calipers at 1 per 300, which is their standard recommendation. And so you're disturbing 8 acres of habitat, an additional several, potentially 1,000 trees. The tree survey only contemplates the trees above 18 inches. As Amanda highlighted. And so this isn't a question about the economics. We take the tree conservation very seriously, and I'm sincere in saying that if there is a wait list of private property, that we'll honor the commitment. And I'll commit to that tonight. And so we're trying to come up with a solution that is consistent with the UDO, but also per the EAB, is in the greater good and isn't going to require us to disturb natural habitat. So I appreciate everyone's time, and if there's any other follow-on questions. The 140, though, Councilman Gant, was a function of the maximum we could get at 1 per 300 around our stormwater retention areas and any open space without having to expand the disturbance area beyond the, I think it's 84.5 acres currently contemplated.
Thanks.
So, thank you.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant before we move on? Hearing now, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing for comments. We don't have any speakers tonight. Public hearing is closed. Sure, come on up. Yeah, we'll get to you. Just go ahead and give your name and address, please.
So one question. Actually, I have a father and a grandfather as a forester. Was there a timber harvest plan submitted for this? And they actually do get some compensation for this, for what they do with the trees from the property. So I'm assuming it's a substantial amount of money from just the harvesting to the clear cutting of the property. So I don't know if they can provide an estimate of how much money is being gathered from clearing of the trees. I'd be interested to hear that. Also, I live in Salem Village area. We have a HOA. We have private reserve lands. Probably I can see where we'd love to be able to plant some additional trees in some preserved areas. That's one example of private property where we could probably, it's going to be a preserved area, and we'd welcome having trees planted there. That's all.
Give your name and address for
Lawrence Kevin, 1628 Salem Village Drive.
All right, if you could see Mr. Coleman. Sir, see Mr. Coleman, please. Thank you. All right, public hearing is closed officially, and it's back to council for discussion. Lead to a possible motion.
I recognize the angst that this is causing, Member Mahaffey, because, I don't necessarily call this a loophole. I think that this is just a result of what happens. And it's a result of what happens when we all recognize that it is asinine to cut down a perfectly good tree that may be 18 inches or more just to replace it with a sapling. So to me, this is I appreciate the applicant's comments with regard to the, to the economics of it. I know that that's not really the factor that they're factoring in. And I agree with Member Mahaffey that, maybe we need to take a look at how we better word these conditions. But to fix the problem of, cutting down a grown tree just to put up a sapling just seems like an easy one for me. So I'm in favor.
Yeah, I understand the reasoning for this. It's necessary at this point, and since we don't have other options here, this is what we have to go for. So I'm in support of it.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Just kind of, echoing some of the comments. I don't like the optics of it. I do appreciate, the fact that, there's a willingness to continue to look further into and find alternate solutions even after tonight's vote. So I want to hold the developer to that commitment. If we indeed can find private property that might be eligible. So I would like to request that we continue to look for solutions with the help of the developer and come to something that's a little bit more agreeable.
Okay. Anything, Councilman Gant?
Well, I guess reaction to you is it needs to be written down. If it's like something needs to be written down, in my experience. And it's, yeah.
So the developer can clear 8 acres and replant trees, right? And there's nothing we can do about it, right? So we can extract like another condition or something, but I don't think it's gonna change the matter on the table, materially, so. I'm trusting on a little bit of goodwill on this one.
Can I ask you to clarify, you said you committed to working with, can you say that again, what you said about the committing to working with the folks or whatever? Like, is there something that can be written down about that on those lines, what you just said?
So once we got the tree survey and confirmed our disturbance area, coordinated with North American Landscapes, our tree consultant, and that was when the issue was raised that we're going to have to expand the disturbance area just to meet the obligation. We then went to them and said, okay, well, how many can we get around our BMP stormwater areas? What can we accommodate without more clear cutting? They came back, we're committing to 150 above 24 inches plus the 140. So it's 290 trees. And then we approached staff about a fee in lieu or if there was any other alternate locations for the balance of the trees.
Right, and they said no.
At that point, they came back and said that within the last several years, there'd only been approximately 100 trees planted on public land, and there was no more available land to accommodate it. And so we asked for a fee in lieu, and at the time, that's, I guess, just not authorized. And I don't know the technicality or legality behind why that is the case in the town, but we can't pay a fee in lieu. And so what I said is that I will work in good faith. We're not going anywhere. We're long-term owners. We own a significant amount of property in the town, and we hope to own more. And so I'm committing to working in good faith to meet the obligation. And if you come up with the list of private property that'll accommodate it, I'm telling you that we'll plant them.
Okay.
So I've heard the concerns that we used to accept not fee in lieu to the town, but commitments for donations to tree planting or conservation charities in the area when you have conditions where they can't replant the amount on site. We haven't done it lately because I guess there were some concerns about, like you said, the legality. I'm not a lawyer, other people in this room are, but we just accepted $100,000 for the Tunstall House. Like, why is that okay and this isn't? Why can't we accept a fee in lieu here? So I guess that would be my ask is like the balance here. You mentioned you'd be willing to do it. I'd be willing to take it or accept a condition that reflected donation to a conservation organization in the area that could further the act of conservation without actually doing it on site here. And we can talk about changing the condition for future rezonings, and how we can do better there. But that would be my ask. I could support the project if there was some sort of donation associated with it that reflected the balance of the reduction here, so it was still an equitable treatment. That's my feedback.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm sincere in saying we're open to finding a solution. We've asked staff for one, and we weren't provided one. And so the best I can commit to you is that we will work in good faith, and if you find a list of available property, we will plant the trees.
Motion to approve?
All right, motion to approve.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right, motion passes 4-1. All right. Move now to new business updates by town manager, excuse me.
Well, if you don't mind, I can make them from here. I just have two, really. We have two new staff members that joined in the last week. One is a new assistant town manager, Demetria John, and you all will be introduced to her through our communications team. We do interviews with our new team members, so that'll be coming. And then secondly, a new finance director, which Sean mentioned earlier, Antoine Morrison, who started today. So welcome to the town of Apex, Demetria and Antoine.
Welcome. Thank you. All right. Thank you for that update. All right, we'll move now, a motion to go into closed session for closed session 1, closed session 2, and closed session 3.
So moved.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem with the motion.
Second.
Second, Councilman Zigerman. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passed unanimously, move into closed session.
Because I saw that I saw the light was red on there. I was like, oh. Motion made.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.